going through the system, whatever's getting registered up there should work. And then there's a clicker here if you want to use it too.
Yes.
I think the clicker now we're in the plug in. There it goes.
I can give it a test run. See how it goes.
Well, like the little part that clicks. And then it's just a
Oh.
plug in.
Oh, yeah,
Oh, here,
true.
yeah, this is plugged in here already. So it's
Oh,
just
okay.
remove it if you do it back in here. You can test it.
Yeah, okay, cool.
And feel
Oh,
free to.
that's true, you have to plug it in.
Yeah.
Okay. You have to fire this thing up.
Yeah. I'm gonna go back and just get our guides set up.
Okay.
To,
That sounds good.
she'll be here today.
Oh, she will.
She should.
Oh, she should. Oh, I was like, her last day was yesterday.
Alright, honey, mother.
Okay, okay.
See ya. That's right.
How are you feeling?
I'm feeling okay.
Yeah. Well, that's right.
Yeah, it is. Believe it or not. Linda and I have our first out of the house date night for COVID. We actually are going to Seattle Rep.
The what?
Seattle Rep.
Theater? Yeah. Oh, okay.
Dinner. So a little nervous, a little excited.
Yeah. Well, that'll be fun.
Yeah, it's been a season ticket holder for years. And
Really?
the whole last season we had was complete. So very cool.
Super easy. You have the Jess has this placeholder.
This is just the plate. We can just keep it up there. Yeah.
Joanna's coming.
She's coming too. Yeah.
Oh, both of us.
Yes.
Oh.
We have a Joanna sandwich. So JG opening the day and JRD closing the day.
Yeah.
It's a perfect welcome.
So no matter what stupid things I say, we always laugh.
I know. I was counting. I think we have like 30-ish people.
Mostly transfer students. Half are.
Yeah. Yeah. Wonder how many people will be online. This is the future.
Please.
Oh yeah, the
Yes. Thank you for getting that.
I was like, oh, I think we need a little music in here.
You were absolutely right, and thank you for doing that.
No worries.
By the way, MJ and I are very excited. We just RTP'd. Well, me and MJ, we just RTP'd.
Oh. It's like,
So excited.
it doesn't feel like it's gonna be there. It's like, we're still in winter and it's like two seasons away. It's
This is a lot more than I thought.
And Alana has been here advocating for certain folks this year.
Thank you for coming this morning.
Thank you for meeting with Jeanette. That was very kind. Yes. Well, maybe.
Well, you were saying about
Wow, I can tell you guys are all like really eager to be here and new, because all I had to do was walk up here and everybody quieted down. It might have been because the music dropped as well. Good morning, welcome. You're going to hear that over and over and again today. My name is Tom Hilsbeck. I'm Associate Vice President for Campus Life. I want to make a quick note. We are in a place on our campus where we're wearing masks indoors. That's one of our basic mitigation measures. It's a good practice. However, when someone comes up to the front, may remove our mask in order to make sure you can see and hear what we're saying. We do have folks who may be watching this via live stream, and that visual in particular can help in addition to having amplification. I have the great pleasure of opening today and briefly introducing our two speakers who are really going to open the day and really going to provide the welcome to you. Second, I'll start there. Second is our Provost and Senior Vice President for Academic Affairs, Dr. Joanna Gregson. She will be bringing her welcome to you, talking a little bit about the academic life here at PLU. But first is going to be our University President, Alan Belton. I don't know what else to say, Alan. Both of these individuals are incredibly busy folks who find it to be incredibly important for them to be here to welcome you and to put names and faces. This is a place where you actually have access to everybody. And walking around campus, it's a little bit harder, when we see each other to recognize faces. But walking across campus, you can stop and say hi and engage in conversation. So without further ado, Alan Belton.
Good morning. Welcome, welcome, welcome. It's nice to see you all, at least from here up this morning. It's interesting when you, now I have 3 college-age kids myself, and so as we go out to other institutions, one of the things I notice is presidents tend to be very stodgy, wearing suits and ties and very formal. And as you can see, that is not the case here. I like to say that this is because Fridays are Black and Gold Fridays, but you will find that Joanna and I quite often take advantage of the casual look on campus. So if you have a hard time remembering people with these on, just look for the bald guy and you'll be able to find me. So it's really wonderful to have you here in person. I'm pleased to see so many of you are here. Before Joanna and I really get into welcoming, I'm kind of curious to see what is the makeup, at least of the folks in the room, and I apologize for those of you who are joining via Zoom, but I'm wondering how many of you are transfer students to PLU this morning? Wow, okay, so that's a pretty good majority. Of those, how many of you are joining the nursing cohort? Okay, so right away we have identified a pretty big chunk of the group here. How many of you are first-time students, first-time college students? It's okay, you don't have to be shy about it. That's wonderful, yeah. How many of you are going to be living on campus? All right, good, just a handful. And then most of you will be commuter students, I take it? Awesome. I'm going to only do one dad joke, I promise. I can predict at least one major in the room with a dad joke. And my kids hate this, but did you see this morning on Insta that oxygen and magnesium are getting married? OMG. All right, we got at least one natural science major in the room. Sorry about that, I apologize. This is a pretty special place. I hope that you'll experience that in your time here at PLU and discover why it is a special place, but I know that you've chosen to come here, so you already recognize there is something special about PLU. One of the hallmarks of the PLU experience is that this is very much a community of care. And it's safe to say that in the last couple of years, our claim to fame about being a community of care has been tested. I can recall that it was just this last fall, as we were welcoming in the first year class in the fall, I was sharing with that group of students that we had just had conversations with our faculty and staff in what we call fall conference. And we were dealing with, at that time, a whole lot of anxiety about the Delta surge, right? And that feels like an eternity ago. So we were having very serious conversations with faculty, staff, and students about the anxiety that we were all facing. We had come through a summer when we were seeing what we thought was the end of the pandemic. We look back now and find that funny. But we were seeing the Delta surge, and we were returning to in-person learning. And so there was a combination of emotions on campus. We had people who were just elated, absolutely overjoyed to be returning to in-person learning. Because I think for most of you, you chose a place like PLU because it's in person, it's smaller, and you get that contact with your faculty, with your staff, and your fellow students. For others, it was anxiety-inducing. We have faculty and staff who are parents to young people who can't get immunized. We have folks who are just, quite frankly, nervous about being in a classroom space with people during a time of pandemic. The good news is, and it's evidenced by some of the people that you will interact with today, from Tom and Rebecca and Luke and Jess and others, that this is a place where every single person at this institution cares about you and your success. And I think that you will see that and experience it while you're here. I at least hope you will. It bears repeating, though, that no matter what I say or do, no matter what measures we put in place as an institution, and no matter how often we communicate to you, your anxiety and your stress is very real. Own that, right, and acknowledge it, and make sure that as you hear throughout the day the resources that you have available to you at PLU, use them. You're paying for them. Trust me, you're paying for them. So use the resources that are available, whether it's the Student Care Network or the Center for Student Success, the D Center downstairs. Your faculty, which I'm sure Joanna will speak to you about, are amazing. They want you in office hours. They want to hear from you. They want to help you succeed. So please take advantage of that. The good news, and there is good news, is that there is real reason for hope. We were, I think, at the forefront of all of the institutions in the state. A lot of people don't know, PLU was the first college in the country to go remote because of COVID. We beat some big university up north of here by about 2 hours, but we did it. We did make the announcement first. And we've been doing everything we can ever since to take care of you. We were able to return to fully in-person learning for the entire fall term, which is wonderful. And other than this coming week, which we're not doing necessarily because we're fearful of spread, we're actually taking 1 week to be online so that you all have equal footing when you start the term. Everybody's experiencing class the same way. Everybody's accessing the syllabus the same way. You have that 1 week adjustment, and then we're going to be back in person for the entire spring. I also would share that even just this morning, there is significant hope for where Omicron is headed. So there was a headline this morning for the first time, Omicron cases are down significantly in 49 out of 50 states, which is fantastic. It's Alabama, in case you're curious, the outlier. It's not Washington, and it's not any of the Northwest states. So that's fantastic. In fact, I have been named Nerdy McBelton by my provost because I love data and I love watching the statistics and following them very closely. That is a 38% drop in cases in 1 week across the country, and 70% from the peak. So really good news and very hopeful. I know there are people in this room, myself included, saying, yes, but what if? What if there is another variant? There's a stealth variant of Omicron now that apparently, right, is out there. And what if there's another surge? Well, there could be. There is a reality, though, that we seem to have shifted from a pandemic to an endemic, and a natural sciences person, you can explain that for anybody who's not familiar with the terms. But this is becoming our way of life. And the good news for all of you and for all of us is that no matter what happens, if there is another variant, if there is another surge, you are at the one institution, the only institution that I would choose to be at to deal with that, because of the care that exists on this campus. We take your safety seriously. We take our own safety seriously. I have, as I mentioned, 3 kids in college right now. I have 1 at the University of Washington, and I have 1 at Loyola Marymount down in Los Angeles, and I have 1 who just graduated. And I will tell you, as a parent experiencing the differences in the approaches taken by those institutions, it affirms that this is the place to be. I was worried about sending my son down south. I was worried in terms of their reaction, not that it was wrong, but it was very different in terms of its outreach and communication to students. And quite frankly, I was worried about the other one because he's at a place that has 40,000 students, right? And was at the forefront of cases when this all started. So be thankful, I think, that you are at a place that cares. We also know, frankly, that the PLU experience is best when it's here in Parkland. So we have a lot of you who are commuting to campus. You may be commuting from a mile away. You may be commuting from Federal Way. You may be commuting from 20, 30 miles away. But your best experience, we know, is when you're here in Parkland with your peers, with your faculty, with the staff. And that is our pledge to you, is that no matter what comes, we are going to do our level best to make sure that you can safely be here and have the real PLU experience. So I am going to turn it over to Provost Joanna Gregson, and if we have time after Joanna's done, we may have time for a little bit of Q&A. Thanks.
This is the part where you see how short I am, because I have to do that. Some of you who are also 5'2" or under will know this well. Yeah. So good morning. My name is Joanna Gregson. As Nerdy McDelton said, please feel free to call him that if you see him on campus. That's my gift to you, is that I call him that. Or your gift to them, I guess. So I'm Joanna Gregson. I'm one of two Joannas you're going to meet today and who you will encounter at PLU. The other Joanna is my counterpart in student life. So later today you'll meet Vice President for Student Life, Joanna Royce Davis. Students often distinguish the two Joannas by our initials, so I'm JG, she's JRD. Apparently this is the kind of place where we all have nicknames. I didn't realize that till just now. But I invite you to call me Joanna, Provost Gregson, or just JG when you see me. And I mention that because this is the kind of place, if you haven't already picked up on it, where when you see each other, you say hi. Right, this is that kind of place. That's why we come here. It's a little different, as you've no doubt experienced, because we're wearing masks, so you can't see like the smile that precedes the hi, but it's there, and we want to be part of community with each other. So I'm the provost. Does anybody have any idea what that is? I'm not going to ask you, other than do you know what it is? I won't put you on the spot. I have a news article. Yeah, thanks, Tom. I have a news article hanging on my bulletin board in my office that was an interview done from the school paper years ago, where somebody, it was like a person on the street. What are your thoughts about this? And a student was asked, what does the provost do? And the student's response was, I'm not exactly sure, but I think they take care of the squirrels. So I have that cut out on my bulletin board in my office because that's awesome. And I like to think of myself as taking care of the squirrels. But what I really do is lead the academic division. So the majors, the minors, the faculty, the academic support programs, that's all in the domain of the provost. No squirrels at all, actually. And I come to this role because for 19 years I was on the faculty at PLU. So I'm like equal parts provost and professor. And what I wanted to share with you today comes from both of those vantage points. A lot of it actually comes from Professor Gregson and less from Provost Gregson. But I thought I would share just some of my observations that I've made, and again, just in a couple of minutes, some of my thoughts that might be important for you to be thinking about as you're joining our community. As I was thinking about this audience, it occurred to me that you come with so many different experiences, whether it's I'm going to live on campus or off, I'm going to major in nursing or something else. But the one thing you all have in common, no matter what else you do, whether you sing or you perform in athletics, one thing you all have in common is you will have an academic experience. So I wanted to both name that's our starting commonality, but also name how much difference there's going to be for all of you and the peers you'll meet. At PLU, you're going to meet students who have a major. You're going to meet students who have a major and a minor. You're going to meet students who have 2 majors and 2 minors. You're going to meet students who have 3 majors, 3 minors, and a certificate. You do you, okay? You do you. I often say, back in my day, I had a major. That's it. You will find different things that call to you as you take classes. Some of them will be in the track that brought you here. If you transferred with an AA and you know exactly what it is that you want to do, cool. And some of you will find, wow, now that I'm here and I took this elective in whatever, I took a gen ed, I'm starting to think about that more. PLU is a place where students have that experience. So I just want to sort of name that and invite you into experiencing that with us, that this is a place where people explore. We explore questions that interest us, and we go with wherever those big questions and those big ideas take us. You will be inspired to think about things in new ways. And it's okay if the you who leaves PLU is different than the you who started. And in fact, we kind of like it when that happens, because that's the point of college in many ways. So much of your academic experience is going to happen inside your classrooms. But I wanted to take a couple of minutes to talk about the things that will happen outside the classroom that are also about academics, because they're about learning. Many of you will have opportunities to work directly with faculty on research projects. Sometimes faculty will reach out to students or classes and say, hey, I'm working on this. Anybody want to help me? But what I want to let you in on now is sometimes it'll come from you. You might have an idea of something you want to pursue that maybe relates to something you learned about in a class, something one of your profs talked about, something you read about. This is the kind of place where you can tell your professor, hey, I'm thinking about this. Is that a project we might engage in together, maybe for my senior capstone or just because? This is a place where we welcome that kind of initiative from students. This is a place where Alan used the word office hours, and some of you may be familiar with that term if you transferred from other places that use that term. But if you're new to college, you might not know that term. Office hours is actually kind of an old school term that referred to the time when professors opened the doors of their offices to let students come in. The idea being that every other minute of the day, the door is closed, no students allowed. So you'll see your faculty will have office hours listed on their syllabi. You'll also see faculty who are starting to use the term student hours to convey, like, this is the time when I'm just there for students. I encourage you to use that time. Even if you don't have a question, stop by, say hello, tell your professor something you're interested in the class. That's how you make connections with your faculty. It's how they get to know you, and it's how you get to know them, and that's why you come to a place like PLU. So please don't feel like office hours are only for, I don't understand the homework, I have a question about the reading. Office hours, student hours are part of the academic experience at PLU. It's part of the outside of class expectation we have for faculty and students alike to keep those connections going. I'll tell you, when I first started working here in the 1900s, I realize now. When I first started working here, I came straight out of graduate school, so I got my PhD and came here. And a student came to see me in my, what I now think of as student hours, asking me a question about a book I just sort of offhand referenced in my lecture. And the student said, oh, tell me more about that book. And I was like, what is this place where students just come and ask questions about books? Because previously, where I was a graduate student at a large research university, I either had no students visit me or I had students who wanted to ask for more points on a test. Nobody just came to like talk. And this student came and asked me about, tell me more about the book. And then 2 weeks later, they returned having read the book. Now, no pressure. Please don't feel like you have to do that. I'm not telling the story to make you all feel like, oh no, I have to read extra stuff. No, but this is the kind of place where if there's something that happens in class that sparks something in you, keep going with that and talk to your faculty member about it. It's what we want to do. It's how we want to engage with you. Okay, so I mentioned that I was a professor here for 19 years, but I didn't say what I was a professor of. I was a professor of sociology. I'm still a professor of sociology. And in my field of sociology, we spent a lot of time talking about norms and values and culture. And I thought in my closing couple of minutes here, I would talk a little bit about the norms of the academic division at PLU. Because even if you've just come from another college, the norms differ. The expectations for behavior differ from place to place. So I thought I'd share a few, and I've been thinking about these this week and just sort of jotting them down as they came to me. So these are some PLU-specific academic division norms, okay? In no particular order either, I don't think. Maybe they're the order in which they came to my brain, which maybe tells you something. So the first is be on time to class. Be on time to class. But there's a couple asterisks there. because sometimes life happens. So the real norm is like, what happens if you're late, okay? So be on time to class, and if you absolutely can't, here's 2 recommendations / suggestions / norms. 1, don't show up late to class carrying coffee or an Egg McMuffin. That's the worst, not only for your faculty member who's like, are you kidding me? You're interrupting this thing that I prepared, but more so for your fellow students who are like, are you kidding me? I wish I had an Egg McMuffin and I got here late. I have seen this happen. I used Egg McMuffin in this example, but I actually saw it many years ago with like an entire, it's not the Happy Meal for adults, but whatever the adult version of a Happy Meal is that somebody brought during a class I was teaching around noon. Don't be that person. If you're late, for the love of God, do not bring food. And especially not fragrant food that calls to attention. The reason I'm late is because I was in the drive-through line. That will be more relevant when we get past this season of COVID where we're masking up in class all the time. Now the expectation is that you don't eat or drink during class, but we will round the corner. We will round the corner. And so I just say, don't be late with food in hand. And then a related thing, if you happen to be late, unzip your coat outside, take your backpack outside, take your notebook out, because otherwise when you go in and start unzipping and getting settled, it's really disruptive to your peers. So that's norm 1, be on time, with some sub-norms of like, okay, if you're not, here's some things you should do. Here's the second norm. When in doubt, you're not sure what to call your professor. Like, are you Mr. So-and-so? Are you Dr. something? Call them professor. Professor last name. When in doubt, that's always right. You might be wrong with some of the other titles you choose, but you're never wrong if you say professor whatever, okay? Someday, if you want, I can tell you funny stories about that, but I'll save that for later when we see each other on campus. Speaking of seeing people on campus, when you see your professors on campus, say hello. We know who you are. We may not quite recognize you because of the mask. It's so awkward when it's like, I'm just going to look at you because you're in front of me. Like, hello, like I stare at you for an hour 3 times a week. I know we're in a class together. You're not watching TV. It's going both ways here. Say hello if you see us. We know who you are, okay? Say hello. And if we look like we don't recognize you, introduce yourself. Hi, remember me? I'm Joanna. I'm in your Social 101 class on Mondays. Oh, okay. This is a human place. It's a connection place. Say hello to your profs. Do the same if you see your peers on campus. It's a thing. Like, oh, hey, aren't you in my whatever class? Yes, me too. Carry on. Just basic, simple norms of being in community with each other. The final norm, you're going to have faculty, and again, those of you who have transferred here from other places know this, and maybe some of you who are coming directly from high school have had teachers who expected this, but I cannot underscore this enough. We're finishing our J term, which means faculty are finishing grading from the 1 month in intensive January, so I have grading on my mind. When you submit papers electronically, please save them as something other than final.doc. Because the professor who gets 120 papers into their email inbox that are all called final.doc, final paper, or, you know, when you're finishing a paper and you think it's final, but then you're like, oh, I got to change something. So then you call it like final, or final for real. I know you've done this. We all do this. Final for real this time. It's a thing. We do it. Don't do that on the one you turn in. Do that for internal use only. The one you turn in should always have your last name and something to do with what the assignment was. Again, some of your profs will have very specific conventions for how they want you to submit papers, but I just encourage you to get in the habit as you're doing the first save as, to save as something with your last name and the assignment title and not final, oh please, am I done with this yet? Final paper. Because we see those, and that's how we organize them when we're grading them. So that's the final norm I wanted to share. Later today, you'll hear more about supports that are available to you as you experience PLU, both inside the classroom and out. Again, we think of ourselves as a wraparound, educating the whole person, and I anticipate you'll hear about our Center for Student Success. You'll hear about Gosh, you'll hear about the CARE Network, you'll hear about the Writing Center, the Language Resource Center. Morfett Library has a 24/7 Ask a Librarian a Question thing, like right on the homepage. There are so many resources here to support you, because at the end of the day, I think it all distills down to 3 words: challenge, support, success. Here at PLU, we want to challenge you in all the best ways. We want to provide the supports that you need to be really student-centered and give you what you need when you need it. And really what we're all here to do is to celebrate your success and to help you be who you want to be. I think with that in mind, I'll turn it back, or invite Nerdy McBelton back to join me and see if in the next couple minutes anybody has any questions for either one of us, and then we'll move on to the next thing. Any questions for a president and a provost?
There's no pressure.
There's no pressure if you don't have any. We can also mingle a little bit as we close out. I think Luke's going to come close us out. Perfect.
Welcome.
Thank you, everyone.
Well, Joanna was correct on saying that I have something to help y'all mingle, because I figured this is like the first content session that we had after our welcome from Joanna and President Belton. So we have some wonderful guides in the back. If you want to raise your hand, student leaders, there's a couple of y'all. So Lisa, Elizabeth, Andrew, Emily, Haley, they'll be in your groups today. And actually it works out really well because y'all are pretty even. I think you're off by like 2 people on each side. So what we're going to do is we're going to make 2 circles because we're a pretty big group. I initially thought it was going to be 1 group that I can do, but I think we'll have to split into 2 just for time's sake. So we're going to form 2 circles in the back. I think we have about 16-ish people a group, and we're going to make a web, and I have some prompts for you. So let me go ahead and get that up, and then while I'm doing that, if y'all want to go ahead and make 2 large circles back where the coffee is. Okay, y'all, so what we're gonna do for this initial session, I know y'all had a chance to get coffee, you probably talked to our guides a little bit, but we're gonna get a chance to know each other a little bit better across groups, intentionally. So what we're gonna do today, we're gonna build a web. I guess I should have started with my title slide. Oh, why is it all funky? No. Anyways, it's supposed to say, Diversity, Justice, and Sustainability. This is our first session, and we're going to build a web. So we're going to represent our, oh, careful back there. Oh, maybe we'll have, yeah. We'll just need to get a key. They got a key to turn it off. We'll be all good. Maybe if we want to scoot that group up a little bit towards the chairs. Yeah, move towards the chairs a little bit. So what we're going to do today, we're going to build a web, and this is going to show interconnectivity. And what you're going to do is, so for example, Lisa, or I think Elizabeth has one, and then Lisa has another, right? So they both have strings. So what you're going to do is toss the strings across to each other. So you're going to hold one side, and then you're going to toss the bundle of strings to the other. And as you do this, I have a prompt. And hopefully we'll get that turned off so we can actually hear each other talk. So the first prompt is, if you can state your name, your pronouns, and what your area of study is, or what you're excited about. And so we're going to do that for each person. So Elizabeth and Lisa will start with that. Once they finish saying their names, pronouns, and study, they'll toss the string to another person, and then they're going to say the names, pronouns and study, and then they'll keep tossing it until everybody has had a chance to do that. Thank you so much, Rebecca. Yes. Yay. Yeah, and then just a little FYI on tossing the string. You're going to hold on to one side and when you toss it, and so you might need to like get some slack, so you might have to like, get some string out before you toss it because it'll fall flat like halfway through the circle. So let's go ahead and do that. I'm going to see if I can fix this resolution. But go ahead and start doing that, and then I'll go ahead and list the prompts up. So go ahead and start with that first rotation. Yes. All right, y'all. So let's go ahead and wrap it up. I wanted to start with this activity because I really appreciated how it shows interconnectivity, and it was really cool, like hearing about where y'all are coming from. I had some extra prompts, but we definitely ran out of string on one crew. But that's okay, you know. We made it 2 prompts in, and that's fine. But you know, hopefully you got to know each other's names, hear where you're coming from, and the point is just we're all coming from different places, and since today's conversation will be focusing on diversity, justice, sustainability, I wanted to visualize our interconnected web that we have for each other and how we're all here to support each other. And we're going through this experience together at PLU. Y'all are starting as spring students. And so hopefully you hear from somebody that maybe that has a similarity with you. So I heard some friends coming from California. There's actually a lot of people come from California, which is pretty cool. And some international too, which is really awesome. But hopefully you can see how we're all connected in one way or another, whether we're coming far, coming close. And yeah, so thank you for participating. You can go ahead and just like drop the string right there. We'll like pick that up later and re-spool it. That's gonna take too long for right now. But yeah, thank you for participating. You can go ahead and sit back down where you're at. Yeah, I was definitely excited for this. I don't know if it was the coffee, but you know, I love a good icebreaker. And I actually haven't done this web one in a long time, and I thought it would really fit well with today's presentation. And you'll probably see how we're all connected in one way as we start to head through it too. Oh, I guess I should go back to here. Yeah, my name is Luke Ruiz. I use he, him pronouns, and I work in our diversity centers. So have some of our leaders back here also work with me and also oversee the cave. So it's anybody off campus, so anybody driving, walking, busing, carpooling, any of that. Okay, so the cave is for you. It's an off-campus student space. I think y'all got a printout that we gave you along with the sticker of the cave or like a rose window. That's like our logo, the one with the cave, the black and white one. So I encourage y'all to visit the cave if you get a chance as you're heading through the semester. It's a place to eat. Some people sleep, study. It's also an event space too after hours, after commuter hours. So you can reserve it for a club or for any activities that you're doing. Okay, that's a little bit about me. I'll be leading y'all through this first conversation today about diversity, justice, sustainability. It's shorthand DJS, and you'll probably hear this woven through the fabric of PLU as you continue forward. In one way or another, a lot of it is undergirding our programs, our events, our ideology and how we function at PLU. So this is just like to get your toes wet. This is just to give you some examples. We only have about an hour today to go through this huge umbrella called diversity, justice, sustainability. So just to give some examples. Yeah, hopefully you got to learn your group members' names and pronouns and where you're all studying, and also where you are all coming from prior to PLU. The other prompts I had that we ran out of string and time for were, what are you grateful for today? So just something to chew on. And then the other one was, what is one DJS topic that you're passionate about? And so you'll probably hear this a lot too, like what is your passion? And what is your purpose here while you're going through PLU, and how will you use your skills, abilities, degree to make a change in the world after you leave? So a little overview of today. We'll be, let me see here. We'll be defining DJS. We'll be also exploring what that looks like for you. And then, yeah, you would talk a little bit about our office later. So have some resources, some events to uplift as we wrap up today's presentation. So for today, I have a fun little activity as well. This one's virtual. If you can pull out your phones, and if you can open up any browser, as long as you can get to an internet of some sort, and I'll go ahead and display the prompts. Yeah, because I wanted to switch between the two. Yeah, and if you can go to the tab. Yeah, we'll just leave it there, and then I'll switch between the two. All right, sweet, thank you. All right, so if you can go to this website, it's www.menti.com, MENTI, .com, and then the code is right up there. So just enter that code when you visit the website. It should just prompt you to enter it into like a little field, like a little white field. Is anybody? Let me know if you're having issues, and then I can ask you. I can work through it with y'all. 55926993. Oh yeah, the code. Yeah, thank you. Yeah, 55926993. So when you pop that up, you should be able to see actually the same image. Before you start placing dots, I have a little prompt for you. So, sorry. Let me see if I can. Actually, it's okay. We have a couple dots, but actually that's a good example. So, when I talk about the words DJS, diversity, justice, and sustainability, I have a metaphor, and I love to use this beach metaphor to like start us out. And so there's this metaphor of like, you can see there's the beach, the waves, there's people on it, on the sidewalks, there's high rises. And when I think about this, how I kind of conceptualize it is like, are you in the water? Are you swimming? Are you actively are you part of activist groups? Are you working to do presentations about DJS? Are you in a club about DJS? Are you, like constantly thinking about it? So if you're swimming, you're having to constantly work on your form and work through that. The other people on the beach, they're kind of like, I notice things are happening. There may be some like activist movements happening. There may be like a march happening. Mutual aid groups are forming. So it's like, I see that happening. I think I'm going to get in the water. That's kind of where I'm at, maybe. Or maybe you're in the streets, like you know that the beach is there. You know that people are doing activist work. You're aware of what groups are forming, but you're not sure if you want to attend and get in the water and start, participating. And then the last part of my metaphor is like, are y'all in the high rises? Are you not sure what's going on? Maybe you haven't done the research. Maybe this is just your first like introduction to DJS, and that's okay. So kind of where are you at in that map? Are you in the water? Are you thinking about it? Are you part of groups? Are you on the beach? Are you thinking about getting involved? Are you in the high rises? You're not sure how to get involved, but you might come down and you might join later. So what does that look like for you? So yeah, go ahead and place those dots. Just want to gauge like where are y'all at in your current understandings of diversity, justice, and sustainability. Maybe it's the first time you heard about these terms, and that's okay. That's what we're here to do. Do a little learning as we start orientation. Oh, and they're getting bigger too. This is a new feature I haven't explored yet on Menti, so it's kind of fun. Okay, so I see some people in the waves. They're like, they're working through change. They're maybe in a club, maybe an organization, maybe at their school or in their community. Yeah, this is cool. Okay, good mix, good mix. Anybody want to volunteer and maybe say why they put their pin where they put it? I would love to hear it. And maybe if I can get this to work too. Oh, yes, perfect. Then I could look at the screen too. Yeah, anybody want to? Yeah. Okay, you want the mic or no? Okay.
So I put my pin on the beach on the playa because I was like, I know, and I don't mind going for a swim, it's like, fun times and everything, but like also I'm kind of just chilling at the same time.
Nice,
But
yeah.
I know of like stuff, but I'm like with my towel on the beach.
There you go. Yes.
I'm not just going to swim, like I'm going to be soaking up the rain.
Yeah. I love that. I think you point out a good example too, because I don't know about y'all, but I can only swim for so long before I need to go back to the beach and chill and catch my breath and eat a snack and drink some water. So it's good to get in the water. It's good to like be part of those change-making groups, activist groups, but you got to find time to get out of the water and dry off and take care of yourself as well. Take a break. Yeah. Any other examples of why you put your pin where you put your pin? Yeah. I'll give you the mic.
So I put my pin in a high rise because I'm not really sure what diversity, justice, and sustainability means. I know what each individual word means to me, but it being together, I'm not sure what is really trying to be communicated. So I'm in the high rise and I'm thinking about it. I want to learn more about it and then possibly join in, but I want to understand it first. Yeah.
Thanks for sharing. Yeah, I love that. Getting your towel ready. Get ready, go to the elevator, come back down to the beach. Yeah, that's exactly what we're here to do, just to get your toes wet today, literally. We're not going to jump in the ocean yet. We're just going to, explore it, go to the beach, check that out. I do have some definitions for you, so I'll give you our working definitions of what this looks like in a little bit. But the next one I have, so if you have your phones ready again, when you hear DJS, what comes to mind? So on this next entry, you should have 4 slots. So you can put up to 4 words. And try to use like single words only. Don't do like hyphenated words. Try your best to put in 1 word at a time, because as you submit it, it'll create a wordle. And the more frequent words that are used across this group, the bigger the word gets. So it's really exciting. I would like to see how this looks. So when you hear the words diversity, justice, and sustainability, what are 4 words that come to your mind? And we can see some examples coming up. Yes. Oh, yay, it's changing. Yes, yes. Oh, this is cool. Oh, wow. Yeah, when you've submitted your words, just go ahead and put your phone down, or you could put your phone away. This will be the last slide I have for this website, actually. And this will give me like a visual of like how we're doing. This is awesome. Okay, it looks like most people have submitted. Yeah, keep submitting. Yeah, this is awesome. And the more it changes, and the more frequent words come up, the bigger that they get. So you can see here across our groups in this room and online, because we have some people live streaming in, people are thinking about equality, communication, community, acceptance, fairness, empathy. There's equity as well. It's a little bit smaller, but we'll get into that. Some pieces about change, teamwork, some smaller ones, egalitarian, yes. Warrior, PLU's in there, value. PLU does value these, so this is why we're kicking it off today. Leadership, stewardship, accountability. These are actually really awesome because they're getting into my definition of what each of these terms mean too. So you're all on the right train. We're on the same wavelength right here. So I love to see how are you defining it today? How are you defining it before I give you my own definitions of diversity, justice, and sustainability? So yeah, thank you for participating. I love this software. It's really fun. So if you get a chance, use menti.com. It's a pretty cool thing to source community feedback. All right. Yes, awesome. Thank you for participating in that Menti piece. Like I said, these are some working definitions that we use in our office, and hopefully they help inform what does this look like at PLU. So diversity, the condition of difference necessary to all life and creativity. Justice guarantees protection from environmental degradation, prevention of adverse health impacts, mechanisms for accountability, and availability of remedial action and resources. And the last one, sustainability, in which the condition in which diversity can thrive. And so these are individual definitions of diversity, justice, and sustainability, but what I hope you can do is think about how are all these interconnected? How are all these working together rather than in separate silos and functioning by themselves? And so for that reference piece, actually, the one for justice, I actually took it from this book. And so Nicole in the back right here, she's our director of the Diversity Center and helps lead J-Term Book Group. And this is the book that we just read this past J-Term. And so it's a really awesome program. I hope y'all get involved next year, next J-Term, when we have another calling for our book group. And each year we choose a different text, or it's actually sourced from our community. So community members recommend a book and community members vote on a book. And then in J-Term, we read one text together across staff, faculty, students, and various groups. I think we had how many? 100-something people? Yeah, 130 Lutes read this book together in J-Term, which is really awesome. Alumni as well. And so this is where I pulled this definition, and it was like it really impacted me, so I thought this would be a really cool definition to use for justice. And so I have a little clip. I'm going to cross my fingers, hope it works. But this is just like a quick intro, a quick overview about what is environmental justice, and hopefully starting to bridge these definitions together. So let's give this a little try.
Okay, so this is a city. Here are all the people living in it. People of all different colors, ages, wealths, and incomes. Except they don't all live together in the same place. They're separated into different parts of the city by what color they are, what language they speak, and how much money they have. And those different parts of the city look quite different. The parts that are whiter and wealthier tend to have green spaces, grocery stores with nutritious organic food, and of course the money to buy it, and are often far away from pollution-emitting freeways. The parts that are poorer and more diverse tend to have industrial sites, heavy-duty diesel-polluted ports and highways, and hazardous waste, all things that the city relies on to run properly, but that heavily pollute the air and water. And even if they had those grocery stores with nutritious organic food, most residents there couldn't afford it anyway. How did this happen? Well, this segregation can be traced back to race-based zoning and housing policies, but it wasn't always as deliberate as plain old racism. Some separations can simply be traced to poor land use planning. And as a result, these residents of the same city live very different lives. Say the city realizes it has an emissions problem. It comes up with a plan to reduce air pollution, plant more trees to suck up the carbon, or start a cap-and-trade program. But those trees get planted in the neighborhoods that are already green, and the factories that are spewing toxins into the air just buy more carbon offsets and keep spewing their toxins. The benefits of these programs are enjoyed by the communities that are already doing just fine, and the communities that were hurting most from all that air pollution, well, they're still hurting. This isn't just an imaginary city, this is the story of real cities all across the US where people might live in the very same area code, but their race, ethnicity, or wealth and income bracket causes them to experience wildly different quality of air, water, and life. In fact, it can even mean that they also experience different deaths. That's how serious this stuff is. This kind of inequity expands far beyond cities, too. Rural areas are full of commercially valuable resources like oil and coal, and they're also home to indigenous and low-income communities. But when those resources are extracted, those communities don't see any of the money, and they end up with all the air and water contamination that's left over from the extraction. And we even see this injustice on a global level, like in small island nations that are forced to directly confront the consequences of rising sea levels, but haven't played any significant role in the industries that are causing climate change. These peoples are sometimes forced to flee their homes because their land is literally going underwater. But the very states that did play a hand in creating climate change don't have migration policies to accommodate them. So when we talk about environmental justice, we're talking about how we can try to break down and reimagine a system that's built up on these inequities, a system where those who are already disadvantaged because of their race and economic status are made poorer because they're unable to profit from the resources that the world depends on, and are made sick or worse by the environmental contamination that comes with extracting those resources. Social inequities are intimately tied to the environment. That's why social justice is an environmental issue too.
I don't mean y'all to be leaving y'all in doom and gloom, but this is just a quick intro. But as it was talking about, I hope that I can give you a more solid example. That was just like a quick overview of what environmental justice looks like, which also links to this book, As Long as Grass Grows, which directly talks about environmental justice through a Native lens, through an Indigenous lens. And at the end of the book, there was a really cool chapter that struck me, and I thought it was really impactful to see like how positive change can happen. We don't have to be left with high death rates, segregation, et cetera, but there's a really cool example at the end of the book that talks about coalition building and seeking justice, not only for each other, but also for the environment. So it's an interconnected piece of diversity, justice, and sustainability. So I wrote it out because I didn't want to miss any important key points, because there's a lot in this book that to learn from, and I really appreciate it. So for this example, in Southern California, there was a toll road that was going to be built through native land, and also not only impact a sacred site, but also impact the environment as well because of endangered species and literally how the waves will form in California. And so this is a story about an environmental activist group as well as parting native people and non-native people partnering together to make positive change in the world. So I have some examples too, because I love some good images as I roll through. So, in 2002, local citizens learned of a proposed project by the Eastern Transportation Corridor Agency, also known as TCA, to build a 6-lane toll road to connect a planned new development with Interstate 5. Who's familiar with Interstate 5? We have one it goes up and down the West Coast, so we all know how terrible traffic can be on I-5. 2 miles of the route would run parallel to San Mateo Creek, a mere 20 feet from the current Pawnee site. So this is kind of what a proposal would look like. And I was doing some research and I found a lot of maps of what these TCA proposals look like. So this is just a visual example of like, the top is what it currently looks like, the bottom is what the proposal toll road would look like and the possible impact it would have on this area. Environmental groups like the Sierra Club were already concerned about the new toll road being built near environmentally sensitive areas in the San Mateo watershed. If construction of the toll road continues, the San Mateo Creek, which empties into the Trestles Surf Beach, it could have disrupted the near-perfect wave quality that Trestles is known for. So that's the image of the watershed. We also have watersheds here in the Northwest. There's the Green River watershed and a lot of other areas that are protected. But in SoCal, once surfers understood the threat, saved the trestles, stopped the toll road, bumper stickers, lawn signs, t-shirts sprouted up all across San Clemente. When the surfing community became concerned, the issue gained international attention. In 2006, a California Native American Heritage Commission brought a lawsuit against the TCA on behalf of the Ajacman tribe on the grounds that the destruction of the Pawnee would seriously infringe Ajacman religious freedom. So this is another image of what that sacred site looks like. That wasn't really even taken into consideration when the surfer activist community came. Construction of the toll road as approved by the TCA would cause severe and irreparable damage to the Native American sanctified cemetery, place of worship, religious or ceremonial site, or sacred shrine located on public property. And so here's some images that popped up for activist groups, Native and non-Native, coming together to stop the toll road, to say like, we don't want this coming through our area. We don't want this construction happening. In 2007, grassroots Ajacman activists created the United Coalition to Protect Pawnee to assert the importance of the area to the Wanyeho tribe, or Wanyeho Band of Mission Indians. UPCC became part of a broad coalition of interested parties that aren't always aligned on issues, but succeeded in lobbying the California Coastal Commission to deny the TCA permit in 2008. Many observers may not realize what a role the Ajacman Nation had in convincing the commissioners. In Dina Gilio Whitaker's book, this one right here, As Long as Grass Grows, to quote her, after several years of battles waged by multiple stakeholders, the toll road's death knell came on February 6, 2008, arguing that it was inconsistent with the Coastal Act because of policy violations and the road's impact on environmentally sensitive habitat areas, wetlands, public access, recreation, surfing, public views, water quality, archaeological resources, energy and vehicle untransported miles and conflict resolution. And so in this proposal to block the toll road, the Native community was seen as archaeological resources and not naming the exact sacred site that they were fighting to protect. And so I just really want to point out that even when people from different backgrounds come together, sometimes this is skewed. So recognizing the important part that Native people had in blocking this toll road as well. And to specifically point out archaeological resources, Julia Whitaker goes on to quote, there is a huge disconnect and understanding between the Native American culture and the, what would you call it, the rest of the culture of California. What I learned and came to respect is that for the Native Americans, quite often their sacred sites are different. They are absolutely tied to and integral to a specific place on earth. Churches, synagogues, and I believe mosques can be moved. They can be moved and they can be re-blessed, or whatever particular religion calls for, and the worship can go on in a different building, in a different place. With Native Americans, that is often not the case. And so the TCA appealed the Coastal Commission's decision to the U.S. Commerce Department, but it was denied later that year. Out of fear of further development, the coalition formed the Save San Onofre Coalition. In 2016, the coalition reached a settlement with the TCA that if the TCA committed to keeping the route out of the San Mateo Creek watershed, the coalition would drop the 6 lawsuits filed against them. So this is just the image right here of the waves as well of Save the Trestles. So I think it was a really beautiful bridging of diversity, justice, and sustainability, with diversity coming from Native and non-Native people coming together, saving both flora and fauna. So it's not even sacred sites, that's totally important, but it also took into account like the endangered species that were part of the area, and as well as how the waves formed, because if the construction formed, the impact it had on the land and the watershed, it would literally impact how the waves are being formed because of the underwater geology in that area. So that's kind of like how I saw it unfold, is like the diversity of people coming together, justice being sought through these appeals and stopping the toll road, and then ultimately sustainability for the people who use the space and the place, and also sustainability for the wildlife and for our ecosystems. And so if you get a chance, we have a copy, or you can borrow my copy. I read the whole book, and I would love, love, love to give this out. If y'all get a chance, this is just one chapter in this really impactful book that I read this past J term. But I think it really showcased a great example of like how these interplay with each other, and they're not monolithic pieces like diversity over here, justice in the middle, and sustainability over here. Because sometimes one gets more attention than the other, and I hope this was an example of a bridge of how diversity and justice, sustainability come together to create positive change in our environment. So when I finished this book, I was like, yes, there are great things that can happen in our world. And hopefully you can bring it local as well too, since we are now currently in the Pacific Northwest. Like, what does change look like for you? What is something you're passionate about? What is something you want to get involved in? So that's kind of my next piece is I have my other definition right here too. And so when we bridge these all together, DJS recognizes there is an interdependency with ourselves, others, and our environments, and thus a desire to create systems and build relationships where all can thrive. And so that's kind of like the culminating piece of how I see all of these coming together. We're going to take a moment. If you want to pair up with somebody, if you have somebody behind you, somebody next to you, you can form, pairs or trios. And if you can discuss what is the DJS topic you are passionate about and how is it interconnected. So take a moment to do that. Chat with your friends next to you. You might want to reintroduce yourself for your names, pronouns, and how you identify. Yeah. All right, everybody, let's go ahead and come back together. There's some awesome conversations happening around the room. I appreciate it. Yeah. So, yeah, let's go ahead and come back together. Thank you so much for engaging in that. And hopefully, like I said, this is just to get your toes in the water, maybe at the beach, in my metaphor from earlier. But just to start talking about it, thinking about what does that look like. And I'm hoping there was a lot of great conversation that happened around the room. Can I get a couple people to share out what that looks like? I just shared one example from the sacred site in Southern California, but of course there's so many other examples out there and ways that people are passionate about DJS. Yeah, in the back. Okay, I'm gonna run this back here.
So Morgan and I were talking about some of the Indian tribes, some of the Native American tribes here in Washington, in particular Billy Frank, and how he brought protection of salmon to the forefront of the federal government, and how many of the rivers here were damaged by the dams that were built back in the early 30s to supply energy to primarily, the larger companies that came here, like Boeing and so on and so forth, and the booming population of the inexpensive electricity that was provided. Not only that, but the beautiful environment, but it really damaged the environment, and many of the salmon that run up rivers in this area no longer return because of the damage that the dams caused. So it was the Native American tribe, particularly the Nisqually tribe, that leaned on a document that was signed back in the 1880s and brought the whole crisis of the fish population to the national forefront. It's a really interesting story. You guys should check it out.
Yeah, thanks for sharing. Actually, in that book too, it delves into a lot of the West Coast and the Northwest of the dams, the extraction of resources, and the fishing wars that happened in this area. So thanks for bringing that. Thanks for bringing that up. Maybe one other share out. We have one other example. I would love to hear what y'all were chatting about. Yeah, and makeup.
I'm not sure if it makes sense, but we were just thinking about the Black Lives Matter, like the way everyone came around and they seek for justice for the guy who was killed, and they won in the long run. Nowadays, the police wear the cameras and they're more vigilant of the whole situation going around.
Yeah, it's another great example of social movements, not only locally, but internationally. Like this not just happened in the United States, but of course across the world, to seek justice for black and brown bodies here. Okay, thank y'all for diving into that. I just have a couple things in here. Just to give you a sneak peek of what's going on as you continue in the next couple weeks of school. Like I said, I work in the Diversity Center as well in the Cave, but we also have partner places like the CGE, which stands for Center for Gender Equity. So I'll talk about our spaces first. DJS Lounge is actually downstairs in this building. So if you go down where the loot locker is, where the bookstore is, that's where our DJS Lounge is. It's a hangout space. We have D Advocates, which stands for Diversity Advocates, our Center for Gender Equity interns, and we also have community building programs. So it's a very vibrant space. It's a really fun place to hang out and bring your friends to as you're in between classes or you're waiting between shifts at work or whatever it may be. We also have the DJS Classroom, which is on the same area, in that same general area next to the bookstore. We host workshops there, classes there, and we also share that space with the Parkland Literacy Center. So any youth that are in the area that want free tutoring, we offer that, and students here provide that. And it's kind of a really cool bridge between our university and the local Parkland area. It's fairly new, and they just switch locations, so we're trying out this new location actually in the UC, so it's more central. The last place that we have here that's under our umbrella of spaces is the cave. And Lisa and Elizabeth, if you can wave, these are our community advocates who work in the cave. And they have shifts there. They create a vibrant space. They do awesome programs. And it's really an off-campus students lounge. But if you have a residential friend, you know, they're more than welcome. We're not going to be like blocking people like, no, you can't come in. Anybody is welcome to come. But if you think about a residential hall has a lounge space, a kitchen, you know, all the different things that you would use as a residential student, we try to mirror that for commuter students and off-campus students, is like providing a welcoming space for them to be, so you're not having to eat your lunch in the car, or, you know, if the library's too quiet and you want to hang out and you want to be with friends, then this is definitely the space to come. So those are our 3 spaces that we have here in the UC. I encourage y'all to check them out later, either today, or you can like come back next week. And actually next week is virtual, but we'll still be here. But we'll actually be like open and like up and running to our full capacity the week after we come back from our virtual week. And then programs on the right, just a sampling of what we have coming up and what you can expect to get involved in our spaces. So throughout this month, for Black History Month, we have different viewings. So Tuesday, Wednesdays, and Fridays, you can drop by the DJS Lounge and check out our spaces there. We have Sister Circle, which is for female-identified, non-binary people of color. And the first meeting is February 7th, but there's a bunch of subsequent meetings happening after that. We also have our Students of Color Retreat on February 12th. There's a piece about safety and pleasure and talking about consent on the 14th. And we have a workshop, it's called DJS Coalition. And it's an opportunity to continue conversations kind of like this. We'll be talking about different subjects under the big umbrella DJS, but it's a really good opportunity to meet other students and talk about this same subject and enact the same value. And then the last one I have in February is Queer Student Retreat, and that'll be on the 27th. For our 2 retreats, the Queer Student Retreat and Students of Color, we have some posters with QR codes over here in the front, so if you want to scan that and RSVP today, you're more than welcome to. Or, you know, if you want to chat with me later, I can send you the links as well. Just let me know. And so just thought to put some examples of what we got coming up in this next month. And we always have something happening. Yeah, just connect with us. Come to our spaces. And I think that's it. There's my contact if you want to email me. Any questions or things that I can answer before I head out for today? Y'all are good. Oh yeah, right here in the back. My name is Luke. Yeah, that's my e-pass, Ruiz Law. My name's Luke Ruiz, but yeah, go by Luke. Yeah, Haley. Yeah, I'm downstairs. Our office is located across from the Loot Locker, that bookstore downstairs with all the swag and everything. You'll see our main spaces like DJS Classroom, Office of DJS, DJS Lounge, and then if you go down the stairs, there's the cave downstairs. So I'm usually between our office and the cave is where you can usually find me, because that's my main spaces I go to. Yeah. Anything else? Haley again. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Yeah, so we do have, one of our off-campus resources are the lockers, so just like Haley said. If you want to store your stuff, like if you have PE clothes, shoes that you want to keep here, extra non-perishable snacks, textbooks, we have free lockers that you can rent, so you just connect with us in the cave and we'll get you a locker assigned, and so you can keep your stuff there. I know I like to keep stuff if you're coming back and forth between your house, and if a round trip is like an hour round trip between your house and here, then it doesn't make sense to go all the way back for your one textbook. Yeah, it's a good option. Okay, I think, what is it, 55 or so? I'll go ahead and stop here, but I'll leave my contact here, and I think I'll go grab Jess for our next session. So thank y'all for having me this morning. Yeah, and if you need to take a little break, then, go ahead and use the restroom or whatever it may be. There's also coffee in the back, too. Coffee and tea. How'd it go? Good. Yeah? just use mine because I'm going to feel mine. So I didn't want to. Hi, Surgeon. Hello, hello. Welcome. Oh, patients. Yay. And I just had it on a plate. And these mics. This one is what I've been using. And then the podium mic also works. Yeah, because I like to read my slides. So like I walk around with my microphone and listen to my slides.
Good morning, everyone. We're going to start at 11:05 just to give folks just a few more minutes. So.
How do I know? A lot of people, when they think of the phrase, how do I know, they always want to put the what behind it. How do I know what I'm supposed to do?
Good morning, everyone. Good morning, everyone. Good morning. Thank you. Can everyone hear me with the mic? Okay, great. My name is Jessica Cotton. I go by Jess. I am the Student Engagement Coordinator for Campus Life. In this session, you're going to learn about vocation and why it's important to PLU. But yeah, we just first want to say thank you so much for everyone coming today. It's really great to see everyone. So yeah, I do have some friendly faces that are going to help me with this presentation. So I will let them introduce themselves.
Hi, everyone. My name is Kia Miller. I use she, her pronouns. I'm a fourth-year student here at PLU studying religion and social work.
Good morning and welcome to PLU. My name is Serja Hay, and I am a faculty member in the philosophy department and the former director of the Wild Hope Center for Vocation.
Yeah, so as I mentioned, this is a collaboration with Campus Life and with Wild Hope, and we're hoping that from this session, you'll learn a little bit about vocation and how it applies to the folks here at PLU. So vocation, when we hear that word, what are some things that we think of? You can just call it out. What does it mean to us? So you said to be called to do something? Yeah. Are there any other? Okay, a skill? Yeah. Work? Yeah, so those are all great answers. Some people would say, you know, from the clergy, like a vocation. They would also say a calling. Yeah. And why does it matter at PLU? Well, at PLU, we really strive to look at your skills, look at the things that you're doing with purpose, like what purpose or what things will I give back to the community? Is there anything else to touch that we would say?
So the concept of vocation at PLU is pretty unique and different from how we would normally talk about it outside of the PLU context, because a lot of people will think about like the calling of a clergy or vocational training in a particular skill. At PLU, we're really interested in what we call whole person education, right? So we're excited for you to get jobs after you leave us or go on to grad school or whatever it is that you wish to pursue. But we're also interested in you kind of learning about yourself, learning how you are connected to your community, and we're really interested in helping you figure out ways to thrive and flourish in your life beyond just your education and your pursuit of your professional goals.
Thank you so much. So I think we already tied in like how this could mean for you. So throughout this session, just really reflect and think about like how do you want vocation to show up while you're at your time here at PLU. So why are you here? Just call it out. Like why did you all decide to wake up this morning and come to PLU? To learn? Education. Okay. I'm sorry. Nursing? Okay. Yeah, for some of us, you know, I woke up this morning and I was like, I get to meet new Lutes. Like, that's what I've been called to do. So just to kind of give you some background, PLU is the best college for employment in each state. So you made a really great choice coming here. So I just want to name that / give you all kudos. I know for me that was a big decision. So just hearing that is definitely key. All right. So when we think about vocation, we also think about, here at PLU, we think about the individual, our community, and the world, and how we're going to show up in that way. So you're thinking about yourself and you're thinking about the needs of others and how they correlate. And that's really important to our values here at PLU. We're very intentional about care, service, inquiry, and learning. That's part of our mission. So we do have a video, fingers crossed with technology, but it should play.
How do I know? A lot of people, when they think of the phrase, how do I know, they always want to put the what behind it. How do I know what I'm supposed to do? The question that you really should ask is, how do I know why I'm here? Because when you know your why, your what becomes more clear and more impactful. If you know, like for instance, people know that I do comedy, but that's what I do. My why is to inspire people to walk in purpose. So I can do comedy, I can write books, I can be in a movie, because all of it is motivated by my why. In fact, I have a new web series out called Michael Jr. Break Time. We probably just did the 6th episode. It's on YouTube. So every single Wednesday at 3 o'clock, we drop a new episode on YouTube of Michael Jr. Break Time. What it is it's me. I travel around the country and I do stand-up comedy, in case you didn't know. And in the middle of my comedy set sometime, I'll stop and just talk to my audience. And we've been filming this, and it's, you know, it's pretty cool. So we're in Winston-Salem. I'm gonna show you a clip from Winston-Salem. And I'm just talking to this guy in the audience, and he tells me that he's a musical instructor at a school. So I was like, all right, you're a musical instructor, you know, can you sing? Let me hear you sing a song. So this is what happened at the last episode of Michael Jr.'s Break Time. Check it. So you're a musical director? Cool.
Yes, sir.
All right, so let me get a couple bars of like Amazing Grace. Can you do the first part of that? Go ahead.
Amazing grace, how sweet the sound that saved a wretch like me.
Wow. That bro could sing. You know what I'm saying? All right. Now, what you give me the version is if your uncle just got out of jail, you got shot in the back when you was a kid. I'm just saying, let me see the hood version real quick, if you know which version I'm talking about. Just see if that exists. Let me see what you got.
Amazing grace, how sweet the sound that saved a wretch like me. I see.
Okay, here's what I want you to catch. The first time I asked him to sing, he knew what he was doing. The second time, he knew why he was doing it. When you know your why, your what becomes more impactful because you're walking towards or in your purpose.
Have you all seen that video before? Yeah, so the thing about this video, and I definitely implore you all to look at this gentleman's comedy, it's great. You know, earlier in the session, we all said, you know, I'm Jess Cotton, I'm the student engagement coordinator. Yeah, that's great. What I really do is I help Lutes learn about clubs and orgs. I help you all connect with other Lutes. That's my why. That's what keeps me going. So throughout orientation and throughout this spring semester, I really implore you all, you know, you might say, like, I am a nursing major, but what's your why? Why is it that you want to be a nursing major? Maybe for some of you, you want to help your community because you didn't see as many nurses, or, you know, so definitely look at why you're studying what you're doing and hope that gives you purpose. As I mentioned before, this is the PLU mission statement. Do you want to read it out loud?
Sure. So PLU seeks to educate students for lives of thoughtful inquiry, service, leadership, and care for other people, for their communities, and for the earth.
Thank you so much. So on our next part of our presentation, we're going to talk about LUTE stories. And so we're going to have a student perspective, a faculty perspective, and then myself, a staff perspective. And you're going to learn about why we decided to come to PLU, what were some of the choices that we made, what were some of the changes, and what were some of the chances. So I will let the first one start.
Great, thank you. So, as Jess has talked about, vocation can happen, you know, on an individual level, within a community, and even beyond that community that you are part of. So, for myself, why did I choose PLU? It sounds really cheesy, but I chose PLU because it felt right. I like to tell this story that when I was looking around trying to find a university, I visited several in the same weekend, and PLU was the last one that I visited. And when I came here, the students were smiling, and that was not the case at every other university. And that was really interesting to me because I wondered, what is the connection that people have to each other that makes them brighten up and talk to each other and be joyful? I really appreciated that when I came to PLU and talked to the folks that were in admissions and other current students and staff, that they valued me as an individual and just as a person and not for what I do, and that, you know, doing things is important, but I was, like, you know, valuable and worthy for just being a person, which is something I really appreciate. And in addition to that, for the community care aspect, this first picture I have up there is a picture of, you know, a very beautiful day just at the end of summer. I think this was actually at New Student Orientation this fall. But I love this picture because it represents a group of people coming back to be physically together after, you know, a whole year of distance learning. When I think about why community care is important to me, I am reminded that I don't exist in a vacuum and that I need to be around other people to really know who I am. For me, part of discovering and living into your vocation is being part of a community that can help reflect to you and help you discover who you might be. You might have experienced this before, but oftentimes other people can see gifts and talents in you before you can see it yourself. And when you're part of a community that can help name that and share that with you and go through that journey of finding who you are and what is your why for what you do, that's really valuable. And for this other picture up here, this is a big old stack of books. So throughout my own vocational journey in the past 4 years or so, a big part of that has been my scholarship. And as I prepared to do my religion capstone this spring, you know, this big culminating project that sums up all the work I've been doing, I was looking through all the textbooks that I've had for religion so far, and, you know, looking at which ones might be applicable to what I want to do and whatnot. And I made a stack because I didn't realize how many there were. But one of the surest ways for me to know that I have stumbled across some part of my vocation is when I get really passionate and really want to learn. And when I start rereading my old textbooks for fun. I love studying religion. It makes me light up. It gets me really excited. It's endlessly fascinating to me. And when that happens, I need to pay attention because I've stumbled across something that I am meant to do. One of my favorite definitions of vocation is actually that vocation is the thing that you can't not do. It would be wrong not to engage with this because it is so right for you. For me, I can't help but engage with the subject matter of all these books. And I also can't help but translate their ideals from the books to the real world, which is kind of where the aspect of vocation that it's internal, it's communal, and it goes out from there. I know that this vocational calling of going out and doing service to the world and doing like applied theology, for instance, is a vocation because it's energizing and fulfilling, and it's that place where my passion and my joy intersects with the world's needs. In addition to all of this, I also wanted to share with you a program that the Wild Hope Center for Vocation puts on at PLU called the Wild Hope Fellows. The Wild Hope Fellows are a yearly cohort of students who study and examine vocation. They engage in thoughtful reflection on what it means to live lives of meaning and purpose, and they work to reflect with each other and to educate each other, their community, and those that they encounter in the world. I got to be a Wild Hope Fellow last year during the 2020-21 school year, and it was really amazing to be in the company of all of these people who were so engaged and wanting to live lives of purpose and meaning and to help other people do that as well. And finally, the other primary avenue that I have interacted with Wild Hope through, or the Wild Hope Center for Vocation through, is in collaboration with campus ministry. Wild Hope and campus ministry have worked together to bring forth a retreat about belonging last fall, which was really awesome. And they're also collaborating twice this spring, once to do another retreat that will be coming up to be announced. And they're also collaborating on a chapel experience weekly. PLU has a built-in chapel break on Monday, Wednesday, and Friday from 10:30 to 11, where there's no class, and students are invited to attend chapel if they wish. And this Monday, chapel will be a spiritual practices in community session where students are invited to be guided through a spiritual practice to reflect on it and to connect with the divine, whatever that might be for them.
So hi again, my name is Serja, and I wanted to say welcome to PLU. We are so glad that you are here. We hope that you find many ways to connect and engage during your undergraduate experience here and maybe beyond. We want you to find people that you are connected to. We want you to find activities that engage you, and we hope that you are intellectually challenged in your classes. I have been at PLU for 10 years. Prior to teaching here, I taught at a large state university and also a community college. I love those experiences. They gave me the opportunity to do work in my discipline, but I came to PLU specifically because I wanted to be able to forge meaningful relationships with students. Our concept of vocation is one of the ways in which we do this with students. So oftentimes faculty will have what we call doorknob conversations. A student will come in to talk to us about a paper or an assignment. You should be encouraged to come in and talk to your faculty. That's why we're here. And as the student is on the way out the door, they say, you know, actually, I think I might change my major, or I think I might have an interest in this other thing that I hadn't really explored yet, and I'm really surprised by my feelings about that. Those conversations are really important. Those are openings for us to be able to talk about things like vocation. So although this concept might be very new to you, we wanted to introduce it to you today because it's something that we hope you will encounter and bump up against a lot during your experience at PLU. I work with a lot of students who have a very clear plan about what they want to do in college and beyond. and we will support you in that plan. I also have a lot of students whose plan changes while they're at PLU. They encounter a new group of students that have interests in something else. They take a class that fires them up about something that they hadn't thought about. We also have students who don't have a plan when they come to PLU and want to discover who they are and what they should do while they're here. All of those different paths through your college experience are great, and your faculty members are here to support you in that process, right? So wherever you are, if you have a clear plan, you change your plan, or you don't have a plan, we welcome you here and want to engage you in those conversations. So my time at PLU has been amazing, and I constantly learn from my students. My 2 pictures up there, I just wanted to mention a couple of things. So I know that many of you are probably nursing students, hands of those who are in the nursing program. Okay, so quite a few. So one of the things that you might want to consider actually is a study away program. You may not think that will fit in with your schedule, but it's maybe something you should look into. So I teach a J-term class. The one on the left side there is at Holden Village, and this is an opportunity for students to explore a new subject, something beyond what kind of their professional track was, and to learn with each other in an opportunity outside of PLU. Also, the classroom thing there is meant to have you think about, even if you're not quite ready to think about what your vocation is in terms of your whole life vocation, what your calling is to be as a human being in your professional life and in your family life and all of those kinds of things, you can focus early on about your vocation as a student. Who is it that you want to be while you are here? Right? One of the things I encourage you to do is talk to your faculty, to use us as resources, to take risks, be willing to be surprised by something that you might discover that you have a new interest in. Again, I want to say a very hearty welcome. Thank you for being here this morning. Can't wait to engage you in the class.
Yeah, and then I'm from the staff perspective. So this is my 3rd academic year here at PLU. What my office does is today we do student orientation. I oversee all of the clubs and orgs at PLU. So if there's something that you want to have for community, I noticed that there were a lot of nursing students. So we do have clubs that are nursing adjacent. So definitely let me know how I can help. But I also just wanted to thank you all / welcome you into this community. I know when I was making a decision coming from Los Angeles to here in Tacoma, it was definitely a big choice for me. I was like, rain 9 months out of the year? Okay, I can do this. Oh, wait, you don't use umbrellas. Okay, I can still do this. So, but for me, if it hasn't been said already, the thing I love about this campus is we're very relational. From a staff point of view, I'm happy to help Lutes find where their class is, help them find a resource on campus. I know these two have already kind of talked about a lot of the opportunities through campus ministry, through Wild Hope, and then the faculty. But there's always something to do at PLU. We have a calendar that's right outside that allows you to know all of the athletics that are happening. We have retreats that are happening throughout the year. There's also, I know for me, when I was a college student, it was really important for me to find a job. So, definitely let our office know, hey, I'm looking for that, and we can connect you with the alumni and student connections who can help you with resumes, cover letters, and other internship opportunities, especially if you're trying to find something that is key to your purpose. So, yeah. And, we really pride ourselves on community care here at PLU. We're vested in y'all's success because you will be going out into the communities. And yeah, are there any questions about what the stories that were said or any of the things that we've discussed today? I'm happy to be a resource for you all. No questions at all? Wow. All right. So just like I mentioned earlier, you know, when you're going through orientation and you're going through your first semester here at PLU, it's really important for you to reflect and think about your vocation, your why, your purpose, because it'll definitely help you with your studies and help you carve out like what it is that you want to do with your one wild life. So, yeah, so we just have some questions if you want to just do it by yourself or if you want to do it with a partner. You're just going to ask, like, what is your purpose in coming to PLU, and what is the story you hope to be telling yourselves and others in May after your first semester here at PLU? So we can do like 5 to 10 minutes good. We can come back at like 11:40. So yeah, you can either just do some reflection on your own, or if there's somebody that you've already met in this space and with some distancing, talk to one another. But yeah, this is a good time for you to reflect on what will your purpose be. All right, everybody. It sounds like there were a lot of really great discussions / reflections. Is anyone willing to share maybe some of the things that they're thinking about or they learned today when it comes to vocation at PLU? Gotcha. Nice. Yeah. Yeah. Oh, okay. So, anybody else? Yeah. Great. Yeah. Those are all great things. And, you know, as we said before, you know, this is your introduction to vocation. So definitely I would encourage you all to go to the orientation table, we have stickers, we have things that can help you still think about this topic. And let you know like all the resources here at PLU, because that's really what's key as well. So these are, you know, if you have access to a phone, you want to take like a screenshot. This is where you would find more about vocation. You'd also find the Center for Student Success's website that would allow you to know about like tutoring. And for me, I needed to know like the writing center, because to write a paper, I was like, what is that? Yeah. So, and then definitely follow Wild Hope on Instagram. And yeah. Okay. Well, I guess that's all it's letting me do. But yeah, any other questions, comments, things that you're still thinking about when it comes to vocation and purpose? Nope. Okay. Well, like I said, throughout this day, and then, you know, we do have some upcoming events. I'm sure the DJS told you about the retreats. My office, we do have an engagement fair that's on the 16th of February, and that's from 3:30 to 5:30. But like I said, you can also email us, because we do recognize that that might not be suitable for everyone's schedule. But the engagement fair is just a really great way to learn about campus resources. And we have over 50 clubs here at PLU. So if you want to get connected and hear about that, you can do that as well. And I don't know if either of my speakers want to.
So the center also has a location, and it's actually across the street. So directly across the street is a parking lot. But if you go further down to the right, there's a house called the Nesvig House. And there's actually staff that's in there for the Wild Hope Center for Vocation. Laree Weiner, who's the associate director there, often loves to have students come by for conversations about what your purpose is, talking about values. A lot of nursing students often say, you know, I want to help people, and that's why I'm going into this field. There's lots of ways to explore what it means to help people as well. And so if you want to have those conversations to kind of deepen your understanding of your why, Laree would certainly welcome those conversations.
Okay.
One more just opportunity for vocational reflection that will be coming up this spring is a drop-in hour opportunity with my friend Nick, who is the intern, a student intern at the Wild Hope Center for Vocation. They're going to be on Mondays. I believe it's in the late afternoon, but you should for real follow at PLU Wild Hope on Instagram, because he does a great job of running the Instagram. There's tons of information on there. And you can come to those drop-in hours, and I will be there sometime because I'm really excited.
Well, I just want to thank you both for your time, and I want to thank you all for coming today. And if you have any questions or concerns or things you're still thinking about, I will be at the front in the gray space with all the swag, so feel free to come by and say hello. And yeah, welcome to PLU. We're really happy that you're here. So, yeah. Just in terms of the flow for today, I believe in 15 minutes, so you do have a little bit of a break, there's going to be a chance for you to meet more faculty. In CK, there's going to be like a lunch, and you can meet with different faculty departments and ask them any questions that you might have. So if you have any questions, like I said, come to the gray space. Myself, the Engage ambassadors, and the guides, we can direct you to where you need. And yeah. Oh, we also have stickers, and if you want to grab one. And yeah, welcome to PLU again. Oh. So there's only one more session in here, and it's not until 1 o'clock. So you have lunch and then one more session with the Vice President of Student Life. Yes, so we have the psychology club, we have sci-fi. And we have, I think, one more that's an Irish society. So, yeah. What's your first and last name?
Ellie Smith, E-L-L-I-E. Oh, yes, it's sorry, I'm talking so much. I'll check the other pocket. It's in one of these pockets. Or it should have been. Thank you.
Yeah, I can send you some info on those. But I would definitely encourage you, if you're able to go to the engagement fair, because they'll all be there.
Okay.
Yeah.
Wonderful. Thank you so much.
Yeah, of course. Thank you for coming.
Thanks so much, Jess. That was great. I'll send Lorraine an email just saying it went well and there was a good turnout.
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right. Thanks for convening us, Jess. Thanks so much for just meeting up with me. And when Jess talked, I was like, I don't know anything about Wild Hope. I haven't done it. I was like, you should be Illy, because she's done the.
Yeah.
So.
She did the staff seminar, which is great.
Yeah.
Which is great.
So.
Yeah. Yeah. During COVID and all of that.
hoping that you're learning, as well as maybe enjoying the brief bits of sunshine that we've had outdoors today. I'm Joanna Royce-Davis. I'm the Vice President for Student Life, and what that means here is that I provide care for aspects of your experience as a student that primarily occur outside of the classroom, but sometimes also engage classroom-based experiences and range from everything from the food that you eat in campus restaurants, to if you're living on campus, residential life, to parts of the student care network that ensures that you have the resources you need to persist here, and much, much more. You'll hear from some of my partners this afternoon as well. But I wondered if we might start with another opportunity for you to get to know one another, as well as for you to maybe get to know some of my incredible partners in a slightly different way. So one of the things I've been thinking about is how we define superpowers. Right? This idea that superpowers are something typically outside of ourselves. They belong to somebody else. They're kind of the Jungian archetype of some kind of extreme, rather than something that we all hold for ourselves. So if I asked you to name one of your superpowers, that is something that you're especially good at and uniquely good at in the way that you do it, right? So it could be something really small, potentially. Like, one of my superpowers is I can look at a container and leftovers from dinner and know exactly what will fit into that container, usually to the surprise of my family members, right? But another superpower that I consider and take more seriously is that I really care about and see people at potential and at promise, right? It is one of the things that fills me, so I would also use the word vocation attached to it. I think you all had a chance to learn a bit about how we understand that concept at PLU. And I typically can visualize for folks their pathway to greatness sometimes before they can. So I'm wondering, what is your superpower? What is uniquely what you contribute to the world or to a community or to your family or to your friendships, or even in the way that you engage yourself? So I'm going to take 3 minutes, just 3 minutes, to ask you to turn to somebody that maybe you haven't had the chance to talk to before, and that includes our staff here, and share for a moment, what is your superpower? So I'm going to say go, and I'm going to call you back at 1:07. Take 1 more minute and we'll come back together.
regather. I'm guessing that one of the things you might have noticed as you shared your superpowers were that they were things that potentially brought you joy or that energized you. And I wonder if you thought about them more deeply, if they might also be the things that help to support your persistence. That is, that were things you could rely on when things got challenging, when you needed to move through a new situation, or maybe when you needed to problem solve. So I would suggest that your holistic student success, that is your experience in total as a student, is about how you harness your superpowers, in plural, because you have more than one, in community. How many of you might be fans of old school cartoons? Oh, a few folks. Okay, so maybe I'll have some help here. Cartoon Network, anybody? Yeah, all right, all right. Wonder Twins. Anybody know the Wonder Twins? Anybody? Yeah, who are the Wonder Twins? Who are they? Right? How do their superpowers work? Right. So the Wonder Twins have superpowers that are only activated together. They are activated in concert with one another, and their superpowers are amplified when they're together. They have to be connected, right? So their kind of mantra is, Wonder Twin powers activate! And then they can take the shape of things, they can move through situations that seemingly are impossible to move through. And they're also protective factors that come out of who they are together when they bring their superpowers together, right? So the Wonder Twins are sort of an example of our Wonder community, right? That when you all come together with your superpowers, they help create protective factors for you individually and for all of us together. And they also amplify, right? Because your superpowers are also among your gifts, those things that you contribute in purpose to community and that help support your path at PLU. Well, we also have some folks here who potentially will help you to amplify your superpowers, who will contribute to your superpowers as well. They are resources who have the potential to be catalysts for you, who you might historically have considered, gee, right, I wouldn't use that resource unless I was having a challenge or an issue, or maybe I had a particular need. Instead, I'm going to ask you to kind of flip that frame, to consider that these resources have the potential to help you to amplify both the best in what you bring to PLU, but also to navigate these environments, so that these resources are for you to use proactively, right? Not to wait for when you actually need them or when you might have an issue, but to already know them and already have engaged them. And in doing so, it's likely that they will function like a really good multivitamin, right? Because what does a really good multivitamin do? It ensures that your body has what it needs to remain healthy, even under stress. So with us today, to share their superpowers with you and to activate yours, are the Center for Student Success and Military Outreach, and they'll introduce themselves briefly. A group focused on well-being at PLU, health and counseling services, and a group focused on engaged learning, student employment, internships, and study away. And then when you go next door afterwards, you'll also have the chance to meet a few additional resources. So I think we'll work in that order, and maybe I'll ask Chris and Kelsey to come up first and talk to us about student success and the Center for Student Success and Military Outreach, and then we'll move from there. All right, thank you.
Hi, everyone. I'm so excited to see your faces, like in person. I've seen so many of you online. This is the best day ever. I mean, just like one of them. Anyway, so I'm Kelsey. For those of you who don't know me, I am the assistant director for academic advising here at PLU. So our office, we work with a lot of first-year students, new students, transfer students, and we get you guys registered. So the main umbrella that we work under is the Center for Student Success, and so the big idea there is that we are here to support you in being successful. And so we have a few different branches within our office that can do that. So the first one is our Center for Military Support. Is anybody in here military affiliated, veteran? So I asked what I was supposed to say on behalf of military support, and what I was told was, go Army, beat Navy. And that's it. But really, yeah, so our military support is a office ran by Alana Rathkopf. I don't think she is here yet, but she should be in this room later today. You guys can meet her. It's a really welcoming space, and it's a safe space for veteran students and military affiliated students to come and just talk with someone who has that experience, grab a cup of coffee, and just kind of relax and decompress from everything else. So if you need help with transitioning into civilian life or school life, or have questions about your VA benefits, sometimes Lana can help with that. But it is a really great office just to go and hang out if you need to as well. So she's really helpful and supportive. And then we have academic advising, which is where I am. That's where Chris usually is. She's our director. And so we are the folks who help you get registered for your current semester, but we're also going to help you in future semesters, depending on if you're a first-year student or a transfer student and kind of where you fall with your credit. So a lot of you all are nursing, and so we actually don't get to spend time with you all ever again. So you will have Tracy as your advisor. I mean, we're happy to help if you need anything, but Tracy is your gal. But for the rest of you all, if you're a new student or if you have less than like 30 credits coming in kind of like a first year, we're going to work with you for your first year here to make sure that you're registered for the right classes, that you're taking the gen eds you need, that you have some guidance on your major and things like that. And then if you're a transfer student, so a lot of you are coming in with a pretty decent amount of credits, and some of you I know have already actually declared your majors. And so that means that you have a faculty advisor now. So it's someone who's in your department, who's teaching your classes, and they're gonna help you get registered for the next few semesters at PLU. And so our office is still a resource for you if you want to add a major or change your major, if you just have questions or anything like that. We're a good support network for you. And then the last kind of umbrella for our office is academic assistance, and that's Leslie, who runs the show, and then Paige Hinman over there is one of our tutors. So academic assistance is amazing. It's included in your tuition already, so you literally pay no extra for this. So things that are included in your tuition, that means that you need to use them because you're paying for them, okay? Life hack, use the things that you pay for. And tutoring is one of them. So our tutors are so great. They're certified and trained really well. They're also just really friendly and kind. They've all taken the classes that that you're taking and that you might be struggling with. They've gone through it, they've been successful, they know how to help, and they can do in-person meetings if you're comfortable with that. You can do online tutoring, you can do drop-in tutoring that doesn't require an appointment. You can do one-on-one or even group meetings, I think they have now, like group tutoring. So there's a lot of options for you. So if you find yourself struggling in a class or just needing a little bit of extra help, it's really easy to make an appointment. You can do the website, which is, I think, plu.edu/AAC. Or you can just Google academic assistance at PLU and it'll come up. But we're in the library, so you can stop by the library. Whoever's at the front desk for the Center for Student Success will help you get an appointment. And it's just a really awesome resource. So yeah, our people are real great. And I think that's all. So, okay, who's next? You wanna?
It's Elizabeth,
okay.
And Dr. Tom.
Hi there, and greetings and welcome to PLU. It's great to see all of you here for a new semester. I'm Elizabeth Hopper, Director of Student Health Services here on campus. I wanted to just share some of the health resources that you have here on campus. We'd like you to consider the health center your primary care clinic while you're away from home. Even if you happen to live 2 towns away, your own healthcare provider may not be accessible at the drop of a hat. We generally are. We are open from 8 to 5, Monday through Friday. If you need after-hours care, there is a nurse triage line that's available to you. The website has the health center website has that information. But even better than that is a service called LUTE Telehealth. And we encourage all students to sign up for LUTE Telehealth as soon as you get here so that it's available to you. LUTE Telehealth is a 24/7 service that provides mental health services, physical health, nutritional counseling, health coaching, a variety of care. And it's available at no cost to any of you if you sign up with as long as you sign up with your PLU email address. It's been incredibly helpful, especially through the pandemic when health resources have been more limited because of restricted access, mental health. It's been especially important for mental health of students, and just having those services more available. Dr. Tom can tell you a little bit more about that aspect of it. We are 3 nurse practitioners at the health center. Those are the providers, myself included. We have 2 medical assistants, clinic coordinator. We're primarily right now focusing on phone visits. So if you have a need and you have some issue that you need to be seen for, we're asking you to call for an appointment, and our staff will help decide whether a phone visit is appropriate, and a lot of care can be done that way. I'm sure many of you have experienced that over the last couple of years. But we also will do in-person visits if it's like an injury or you've cut yourself, you've got an eye, something in your eye, something like that. So we are doing in-person visits. We're hoping as case counts reduce in the area and on campus that we'll be offering more in-person. That has always been the main goal of the health center, is to see you here, in the building. We do ask you to call to schedule appointments before we don't do walk-in appointments, but you can get a same-day appointment if you need that. Routine care, medical care, reproductive care, sports physicals, study away travel consults in conjunction with the Wong Center, and a lot of COVID care. That has been an overwhelming presence for all of us. At the health center, we offer no-cost rapid antigen testing if you're sick, and PCR testing also if you're contact of a student who's been positive or someone in your family who's been positive. And we're doing our testing outside. We have a testing booth on the side of the building, and we're asking students, when they call to schedule, we'll give you directions on how to use that. But we're trying to reduce the number of people that come into the clinic in order to preserve the health of the staff. It's a fairly small staff, and if any one of us comes down with COVID or something, then we won't be there to help take care of you. So you do need to mask when you come into the health center, preferably with a KN95 or double surgical mask or double cloth mask, something just to help protect you. And we have them in the clinic if you don't have one as you come in. So there's the routine kind of medical side of what we do. The other really important aspect of the health center and the providers is just to help you with kind of learning how to manage to navigate your own health as adults, people who are becoming independent of your parents. The kind of teaching that we can offer, if you have questions about, how do I do this, how do I do that, how do I access my immunization records, how do I manage health care insurance, things like that. So we want to be there for you for a variety of your general health and well-being needs. So please do consider getting to know us in one way or another. Generally, we would offer you to come into the clinic to meet everybody, but these days, obviously we're trying to reduce that. So maybe in the near future, if things start to get controlled. So and our staff has been working in the health center. We have combined years of close to 30 probably, and lots of knowledge of campus and how to manage a variety of things related to health and health records and things like that. So yeah, I'll let Dr. Tom take over. Thank you.
Hi, I'm Dr. Tom. I work as a psychologist. The counseling center is upstairs. They also have an elevator around the back. In the 7 years that I've been here, I know the role of the counseling center, we're trying to be more integrated, more connected, and provide different types of services. So we do have you can walk upstairs, you can call, you can email to schedule an appointment with some of the counselors we have. We have 3 primary counselors, 2 interns. We also saw that there was a need for more diversity, and therefore, certainly by Joanna Royce Davis, her wonderful vision and preparing helped us to have an LUTE telehealth system that there's a lot, way more better. There's more diversity of therapists that you can access online through the LUTE telehealth system. They also have a 24/7 called Talk Now, because it doesn't always happen from an 8 to 5 if there's stress happening. We also have a crisis line that's available 24/7. A lot of this information is going to be on our website for you to check out. Next door, we have several handouts that we'd love you to check out. Part of increasing what we provide would also include the interns are having groups. There's a social anxiety group and a grief group. And so we encourage your participation in those groups, in even informing us of what you would like to do. We have been part of like Plus 100 classes, which are first-year classes, and hopefully in other types of venues that we're going to be able to hear what the students are asking for, try to construct something that's going to meet that need, and come to present and participate in how that can help them to be more effective and efficient in what they're trying to do. Mount St. Helens was a huge transition that took place. But even with that huge transition, there's a lot of transformation, and what we see now, there's regrowth and a new direction. The hope is that we're coming to the end of this COVID stuff. Hopefully that we're going to be able to be more in person. And so with that transition becomes the willingness to engage again. How can we help you to engage person to person in classes, even outside in the activities that PLU is trying to recreate again and have access and availability for, like the yoga classes. So physical health hygiene is directly related to mental health hygiene, which is directly related to emotional health hygiene. So it's very interconnected people that we are. We are social emotional creatures, and the connection with others is really connected to how we will feel emotionally and help us to have the support to achieve the goals that we have. So that's all I got for now. I look forward to meeting you in later times.
All right. Hello, everybody. I know that you are getting a lot of information today. And what I want you to know is that my office, which is called Alumni and Student Connections, will provide you services for your lifetime, okay? For the rest of your life. So just let that soak in for a minute. You do not have to remember everything right now. You have the next 60, 70, 80 years to enjoy these services. So you will hear from us again. This is not your only chance to soak all of this in, okay? Just want to put that out there. So my name is Ellie Pippin. I am the Assistant Director for Career and Experiential Learning here at PLU. I do all things internships, and our team also focuses on student employment. So internships are when we get you out of the classroom. We get you into a professional environment so that you can learn kind of on the job. You get to experience a wide range of professions if you'd like. You get to explore new organizations, gain new skills, and meet new people. Some of our programs here at PLU do require internships or practicums or clinicals. If you're in a program that does require them, you'll hear that eventually. Of course, our nursing students are going to be doing some of their clinicals. Our education students are going to get into the classroom. But all of our students are eligible to participate in internships, and our office is here to support you in finding those internships and applying for them. We have a team of career advisors who will help you create a resume and a cover letter, help you identify those positions, and connect you with them. In addition to internships, I mentioned student employment. So our office helps run the on-campus employment program. We have hundreds of positions on campus where students get paid to help run the university. They come in a variety of ways. We have students in our marketing department helping with social media and graphic design. We have students on our tech team doing setup for events and microphones and other things. Hundreds of different positions. Our office can help you identify these positions, again, apply to them, and we then serve as your HR team to support you during the position. So once you're in the position, if anything comes up, you have questions about your sick time or how do I put in for time off, we're your team to support you, okay? So we come in from the start to help you find opportunities like internships and on-campus jobs, but it doesn't end there. Well, we're going to be there to support you throughout. And as you start to pivot, thinking about post-PLU, we'll be there to support you again as we help you find that full-time job, next step of a service year or whatever it may be. We're here to help with that as well. So again, our office is called Alumni and Student Connections, all things internships, on-campus employment, and postgraduate life. And you'll hear from us. Again, we hope you'll connect with us soon. Thanks so much.
All right. Well, I'm sure some of you may have individual questions for our resources. They will be joining us around the corner in room 201, which is directly around the corner here to the right. Oh, study away. Oh, yes, come on. Nursing is going, but you have time. Sorry, you were.
This group only gets one J term. So unless you're offering a religion Christian, you have to study away. They won't be doing it.
All right. Well, for those of you still in the room, thank you. I am here to talk about other opportunities for experiential learning. So thank you, Ellie. My name is Megan Grover, and I serve as our Associate Director in the Wong Center for Global and Community Engaged Learning. So primarily, we support students with their journey on study away, but not only that, there are many different opportunities to engage locally within the community, on campus, nearby, with a global dimension. So PLU is known for being a very globally focused university. We encourage you to take advantage of that. So although you might be transferring in with credits, there may still be time for you to fit this in, which is why I'd encourage you to connect with us sooner than later. We offer summer opportunities, which a lot of students don't think about, but it is open for everyone, no matter what your academic major or interest is. We have summer opportunities. We also have semester study away or J-term, which is our 1-month intensive January. We just welcomed back Lutes from all over the world who studied away this past January. You might be wondering, okay, lady, I'm just getting here and you're asking me to leave again? Yeah, actually, I am. I'm inviting you to consider the possibility of stepping on a pathway that will give you a global journey for your global education at PLU. So there are many different ways to connect and have this dimension. I mentioned that there are local opportunities nearby, and there are. In fact, in March, coming up, we have a large symposium. It's virtual, and where we invite speakers from around the globe to talk with you on an interdisciplinary topic. And the topic is very timely, I think, and it's on healing. So how do we heal? How do we recover? And we're going to be looking at that from different global perspectives, different interdisciplinary viewpoints. So no matter what your academic interest is, I think you'll find a connection with that topic. And that's our way of bringing the world to campus for those of you who are unable to leave campus to experience the world more broadly. But as part of Study Away, you're earning credit. You're using your financial aid package. For many of you, you're participating in service learning or internships. For many of our Study Away programs, there's a research component. So all of these things are wonderful opportunities for you to help maximize your PLU experience.
And so we invite you to consider those. I have Bailey and Alex with me today, who are Lutes. They have studied away. They have survived the experience. They are back to tell you all about it, what was most memorable, what might have been challenging or uncomfortable, but how did they learn and grow as a result of that? We know that study away and global education is known to be a high impact practice, along with other things like research and internships. So study away is one of those, kind of in that suite. We have a Study Away fair coming up on February 23rd. It'll be in this room, and you are invited to come and check out our programs. We have a newsletter. We have great social media. So if nothing else, if you're just looking for some great stories, videos, photos of your peers who are out doing amazing things in the world, you're welcome to follow along. We'll be in the room next door if you'd like to learn more. We'd be happy to help you navigate your options because, again, as transfer students, we're very well aware that your opportunities are maybe a bit more limited, but I just want to say not impossible. All right? So as transfer students, regardless of your degree program, you can fit this experience in. All right? Thank you very much.
Now for reals, you can head around the corner and share your individual questions with folks there. Welcome again. Hope you have a great Friday afternoon.